How is everybody doing tonight? So happy this will be our last challenging sky. It will just get easier and easier and easier after next week. Micro, if you can hear me, thanks for the lurk. I know you got stuff going on, so I always appreciate it. some loot. Enchant a rogue bard.
Your best, but believe that I have got the strength inside. You can fight your way to get to me, but the only way that this will end is in retreat. You think you're better, but I know better, cause you're no different to anybody else. And I'm gonna prove in time that no heart's as strong as mine. No way to pierce my skin, there's no flesh and blood here. So you're gonna have to try to find another way inside.
Ooh, vampire killer. Uh-oh, blind. More blind. Oh, Harmony Duty. This guy's gotta be despawning soon. I'm so glad we're gonna be done with this next week. Like, we may still have to harmo a little bit. We're gonna be clearing Sky so much faster. No more full night on Sky. Next Monday I don't have to do this. We're getting our new raid schedule. It's gonna be so nice. Yeah, Goof, then I'd have to use a timer, though. I have audio cues set up, but I don't have visuals. I need to set up the visuals. Then I can play around with it more. And I make lots of human errors, like, you know, talking to my kids and my wife. And harmonying myself by accident. You know. Dumb thatch stuff. Ooh, that's a pretty good idea, actually. I could use that to run around and beat stuff up and then come back when it's about to wear off. I'm just psyched it's all going to be sped up after next week. We won't have to worry about this garbage. Like, yeah, we'll be back in Sky, but it's going to be so much faster. It's going to be so much nicer. Hey man, I was lurking on your stream. I was trying to understand what they were saying. Even it had closed caption in. It was hard for me to read on my screen. I was basically just watching what they were displaying. Some of it looked pretty damn cool. Oh yeah, I had audio so that you would get credit for the view, but it was only like a couple of percent on my phone. And I have headset on, so I wasn't hearing nothing. There's a new version of Zeal that adds target circles. Pretty cool. This is the stuff we get excited about in Everquest when they do something so mundane in an add-on. There was a new version like an hour ago because apparently it was crashing people, but it hasn't crashed me. I'll update after raid. Apparently it does some other stuff in this update, but I was like, ooh, target circles. That was the takeaway for me. He was down to the wire tonight. I was trying to get online and get my stream going, but the kids were outside playing in like a little kiddie pool that we bought. None of our shitty neighbors were complaining about it. You're not supposed to have pools here. It's for one day. It's for my 2-year-old's birthday. Like, eat shit. So now I have a feeling they're going to send a angry email to the landlord. At that point, I'll just be like, oh, I didn't have my lease printed anywhere, so I forgot. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one in here that pays rent on time. Every time. So I want them to give me shit about a kiddie pool that I had up for 3 hours. This is our last difficult sky raid. I'm trying to relish in it. Who catches the bee, Death Touch? I just got held up by a 2-year-old. If I didn't give her a cupcake, I was gonna die. We're technically celebrating her birthday today, so... I mean, we did honor her birthday for a little bit, but we were planning to have a party that we had to cancel due to too many cancellations and bad weather. So we canceled that. We still had a bunch of gifts and stuff to give her, so Sam wrapped them up, and she opened them up last night and had cupcakes. We bought cupcakes, and then today was the pool party. Dude, I had to do that whole boss fight one-handed because I had to have my other hand on the cupcakes. She was yanking them off my desk, screaming, "Cupcake? Cupcake?" Completely ruthless. The worst part? She only eats the icing. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I just ate that EXP loss. Fuck. Looted my full course when I shouldn't have. Yeah, we tried the sandwich method. She just throws the bread on the floor. I do the sandwich method. Sorry to hear that, man. You have questions about what? The sandwich method? You know how to do that. Explaining that our kid just only eats the icing and that she was a terrorist while I was doing that boss one-handed, holding my hand on the cupcakes as she demanded one. And only so that she could just eat the icing and get mad. Which is exactly what she did. I see a cupcake just randomly on the floor over there with no icing on it. She's rocking, she's covered, she has a drink, she just had a cupcake. She's just about to do her nightly. Well, I said that, and then she like popped. She did like a triple sow cow off the couch, and now she's playing again. It's going okay. I just made a really stupid mistake and lost 11% of my experience. I looted my full corpse and didn't wait for a res. I was just distracted. Certainly not the first time I've done that, though. It just sucks because last week it was worth, like, you know, maybe like a week and a half ago. It was only worth 8%. And now it's worth 11%. Just means before next Monday I have to make sure I'm 100% experienced. Even if I've got to kill a few guards. That death was on purpose. That death was my job. If only what was easy, dying? Dying's really easy. I'm so freaking good at it. I'll have to die so much less after next week. It's gonna be glorious. So most bosses in Classic Era have an ability called Death Touch, and they'll do it right as you pull. So you send somebody who's useless in the fight, and then they die immediately. And then you, every 45 seconds after that, somebody has to pull aggro and eat a Death Touch. Otherwise, the actual useful tank dies, or somebody else that's important, like a cleric. I am not screwing up. I'm leaving something on the body this time. That's like that's the Ranger's whole job in Classic Era, is to just eat death touches. But it changes soon. Yeah, look, just ate another one. Oh, I'm not porting. These little dishes inside the zone, inside the raid, they teleport you to the different islands, because there's 8 islands here. Yeah, they're kind of ports. Yeah, they're like teleport pads. Yeah, we're just running back to Island 7 over and over and over again as the boss, because we can spawn like infinite amount of those bosses within 22 minutes. And it's not a glitch or anything like that, that's just how it's programmed. Most people will just do one, but you can keep getting gear from them over and over and over again. Pretty sure our record is like 23 or 24 of them. Which means, you know, like 40 people die in that amount of time. 40-ish. So we're just running our naked butts back up there, looting our corpse, to leaving one item on the corpse so it can be rezzed at a later time. Outside of that 22-minute window. But in a week, I'll have a special ability called Weapon Shield, if I can reach like level 54. And it gives me like 10,000% parry for a good little while. So I can use that to not die on bosses and help the tanks transition. Not only that, but we'll be potentially 10 levels higher, making this place a real joke of a place. But you still gotta do it well into the new content because of the items that drop here. But this place becoming easier makes me happy. This is the toughest content in game right now. Now to find my second body. Yep, I understand that. Thank you for checking in, wifey. You have a good little nap. I'll see you in a couple hours. Now I gotta go chase a baby because she has a highlighter. Highlighter obtained. I traded her for an ink pen. So let's see how much trouble she can get in with that. So you still enjoying Final Fantasy VI, Matt? What are we watching with it tonight? What's your compliment service? Still on SVU or? Or for anybody that's watching and listening for that matter. What are we up to tonight? It is midnight my time. We have like less than an hour left of raid. But I heard there were things after this. So probably epic pieces. Dino Nuggies because migraine. So we stock a ton of Dino Nuggies because of the kids, but I don't partake. There is a quality control issue for those things that I just do not like the taste of. And I can eat pretty cheap chicken, because I actually like the McChicken and the cheap-ass Wendy's chicken sandwich. But when it comes to chicky nuggets, I cannot do the really cheap ones. Even like the super expensive ones at the store, if they're like the, you know, formed meat slurry concoction, just breaded, I can't eat them. Like chicken strips though, yeah, I'll eat those out of the bag. Put them in the air fryer, bing bang boom. When it comes to strips, dude, I'll eat any strip. Because even the worst brand chicken strips are still real chicken. Well, I'm not saying that nuggets aren't. They're just like garbage parts, though. It's like beaks and feet and stuff. And while I'll eat that in a hot dog, no questions asked, I can't do it in a chicken nugget. Also, while we're adjacent to the subject, don't you hate it when you buy really low quality mozzarella sticks and they're just empty husks? What the hell is with every brand just selling you no cheese? For like 25 cents more, you can get a name brand, and you're guaranteed to have a cheese-filled stick. Nah, it's too much work. Too much work, Matt. I just open air fryer, stick food in it. When it beeps, I let it cool for a minute or two, if I can even get that far, and then I cram my face. I buy these, I don't know the brand, but I buy these chimichangas at the store. They make chicken and beef ones. And obviously, it's nowhere near as real good as a real chimichanga. But I used to microwave them, and they were so, like, sweaty and, you know, moist. And you don't want a chimichanga. You want crunchy chimichanga with cheese on top. That doesn't soak through because it's deep fried. But these, they throw them in the air fryer, and they come out really good, man. Any prep work with an air fryer is too much work for me. I'm a very lazy man. I want to put it in the air fryer, press nuke, and then, you know, come back when it beeps. I don't even flip stuff in the air fryer when it tells me to. I will shake fries, though, because I don't want my fries to stick, and I want the salt to spread. And you can punch me, but it's just going to make me hungry, and I'm going to have to eat terrible things from the air fryer without prep work. You're just adding to the problem, bud. I'm going to be like, why'd you punch me? Great. Now watch me make mozzarella sticks wrong. You know what the perfect air fryer food is? Pizza rolls. Holy shit, pizza rolls. You don't have to shake them or do nothing. You can fill it as much as you want. Wall to wall. I love pizza rolls, man. I mean, I do have all those basic ingredients. Kids love cheese sticks. I love cheese sticks. Who the hell doesn't love cheese sticks? I guess lactose intolerant people don't love cheese sticks, but I am that as well, but I will absolutely sacrifice my body. I mean, I have Crohn's disease, so lactose intolerance is nothing compared to that. I laugh at all the other things I have. I got irritable bowel disease. It's just like a tickle compared to Crohn's. Last night I ate a whole pint of butter pecan ice cream, which is my favorite flavor of ice cream of all time. I'm basically channeling grandpa energy, but I don't care. It's always been my favorite flavor, always will. Oh, we buy like the off-brand string cheese and save like $4 a bag. Some off-brands are really terrible, and some are just as good as like Polly-O or any of the other brands that you'd be getting. Oh, yeah, okay. No, I get you. We're talking at least $6 for 5 of them. Talking like $1.20 per stick. Yeah, it's highway robbery, man. But you're paying for convenience. Where else would I spend $15 on chips and queso, you know? Well, because you put a little bit of beef crumbles in there? Give me a break. The stuff I order, you know, like, it's never, like, that's why, when I was in Florida, I worked at the Hard Rock Casino, and I worked in the restaurant portion for a couple years. And, you know, I befriended most of the chefs that were there, the ones that weren't total dicks. And they all have their own, you know, idiosyncrasies, and just getting to know them was really cool because they all had really different personalities. Your morning shift chef was so much different from the late night chef. And, you know, one thing that they all told you, like if you ever asked them for advice, like, hey, what do you like on the menu? What do you hate on the menu? Every single one of them was like, don't you ever fucking order the spaghetti and meatballs. And I'm like, why? Is it made out of like really poor quality something, you know? And they're like, no, it costs like 10 cents to make even with the best stuff, and we charge like $20 for it. It is literally burning a $20 bill, man. I was like, I love spaghetti and meatballs. They're like, never order it from anywhere. We keep those noodles in a little hot bag, in a steamer trunk, in a Cleveland steamer. That was the name of that was the brand of our steamer trunk. Cleveland brand steamer. Like, did they not think that through? Yeah, but they used to like put them in these little heat-proof bags, these little tiny little plastic bags, like Ziplocs. You just make a bunch of spaghetti noodles. I think I hear a PlayStation 5 going off over and over and over again. Let me go stop a baby real quick. Oh, no, it's an air purifier. Just messing with that instead. Yeah, you know, and that's what bums me out. I love spaghetti. Spaghetti and meatballs is probably my favorite dish. It's the only dish my mom can cook that I actually like. She's a terrible cook. It's the only one I will tolerate, and even in her old age, she's gotten worse at it. But I would still be so thankful to have it in front of me right now. But I would really need, like, you know, a good Italian bread. We can't get that here. There was just something about it. It's more nostalgia than the taste, but the taste is amazing as well, which is why it has remained my favorite dish well into adulthood. And I'm a huge snob with it too. I gotta have, like, my mom made sauce the way that her mom taught her. Like old Italian, that shit's on the burner for 12 hours. It started at 4 a.m. You're not touching it till 5 p.m. It was on the tiniest of simmers, basically like a frickin' cigarette lighter, keeping that thing going all day long. And in her old age, my mom lets the sauce burn now, which I hate. She used to be like very diligent about stirring that thing, you know, every 30 minutes or so. Just like grandma, you know. Something about that old Italian way, it gets rid of all the tinniness from the canned tomatoes. It brings out all the oil, brings out all the flavor in it. Then you put the meatballs in there halfway through. Oh man! And then you get a good Italian bread that you can hollow out the ends of. You stuff spaghetti in that motherfucker, and then you cap it with a meatball. Then you got a spaghetti sandwich. You do that with both ends of the bread, and you make sure nobody finds out you stole both, because your mom will kick your ass if you stole both ends, because the ends are the best. You make 2 spaghetti sandwiches, and you have a giant bowl. And it's all bueno. It's just I don't know. It's my version of comfort food. It's my soul food. Now, don't get me started on actual soul food. I like that. I lived in the South for a long time. I don't like collard greens or nothing, but I will hit you up for some chicken and waffles. For some oxtail. Any of that stuff's really good. I don't like collard greens. They're disgusting. Same thing for okra. Slimy, disgusting stuff. Also, another big Southern thing, it wasn't necessarily like a soul food thing, but just in Southerners in general, grits are absolutely disgusting. If I wanted to eat paste, I'd just crack open the Elmer's and start drinking that for breakfast. I don't care how much butter you add to it, it's not going to taste good. Some Jamaican soul food is really good. It's the jerk stuff, like their jerk chicken. Oof. Delicious. Same thing with their beef. You can mess with them? You actually like grits? Oh, not me, dude. I've never been a fan. I've tried so many times. Because in theory, you know, it's just corn. It's just the grits out of each corn piece. I might like that. My kid keeps teetering on the urge of I'm going to go to sleep to I'm going to throw a party by myself. Hell yeah, dude. But for me, I've had many, many a plates of biscuits and gravy, right? At this point in my life, I don't have time for not sausage biscuits and gravy, alright? If you're gonna go through the effort to make gravy, I need you to do it with either bacon grease or actual sausage bits in it, okay? Like, go that extra mile for me. Because I don't want to just eat pasty biscuits. I need that meaty bite. You can crumble bacon in it. I would prefer if it's sausage. But at least, if you're going to make a gravy, I need you to use bacon grease. That certainly doesn't mean I'm going to turn away a plate of it. But I would hope that you have a meat option for me when it comes to biscuits and gravy. That what's happening to me. That I'm finding places with meatless options. Well, you said biscuits and gravy. You didn't say sausage biscuits and gravy. There's a big difference down south. They do make both. Right? Yeah, it's a little too pasty for me. And it's not even the fact that it doesn't have meat. It's that they didn't use meat to cook it. I've had plenty of plates of biscuits and gravy, but as long as it's cooked with bacon grease, you know, you can still fool me. I don't necessarily need the bacon in there. I just need it to be cooked with bacon grease, or you have to add country sausage. Then I'll be eating an ungodly, unhealthy amount of them. And I really loved down south when you find a place that counted each biscuit as 2 pieces. Because a lot of places will charge you for a whole biscuit and only give you 1/2 that's covered. No. The good places charge you for a full biscuit. You get 2 pieces per biscuit. So if it says 2, you're getting 4 pieces on a plate. So you gotta be careful. You don't want to be like, yeah, hook me up with like 4 biscuits, because then you're getting 8 individual edible discs. Not a problem I've had. I can handle my biscuits and gravy. I'm a big boy. There was a chain down south called Salem's. They did soul food and a mix of Greek, which was a really weird combination, but they did gyros, and they did amazing gyros. And they did it right. It was like a true tzatziki sauce, not just like sour cream like some places do, which is total bullshit if you ask me. But they also did some Jamaican and some soul stuff, and they had these Cajun chicken skewers, and they were just like so good, man. Yeah, I love gyros. I can't get a good one here. There's nothing Greek around here. Closest I can get is if I go to like Arby's and get their gyro, which is, you know, it's 0% lamb. Come on. Cute animals gotta die if I'm eating a gyro. It's gotta be 50% or more. I don't settle for less. Also, I don't care if you serve, like, I don't care what side you serve me when it comes to a gyro. Traditionally, I should be eating falafel with it, which is delicious. But I would prefer a giant plate of French fries. Ooh, yeah. $5 or $10? I don't know if we've had this interaction before. What's your favorite dish of all time that you could eat no matter what? That and why? It goes for others who are watching too. If Micro wants to answer, I'm not sure if I remember what his favorite food is. It might have changed in the past 15 years since we last hung out in person, but I don't remember what your favorite food is because I only remember the foods that we did struggle meals with. It's like, yeah, cheapy pizza and mac and cheese, we could eat that all day long. Ramen. But actual food? Okay, spaghetti. I knew you ate my mom's spaghetti, but I don't remember how high you ranked it. Charcuterie is probably the true jam. That's your favorite meal, is just a charcuterie board? I mean, I'm not knocking. Yeah, she burns the sauce now a lot in her old age. You burn the sauce once, it ruins the whole sauce. It adds an acidity to the sauce that destroys it. It sucks. I'd buy her one of those auto stirring devices if I knew she wouldn't burn her house down with it. How do you prepare spaghetti to your liking? Do you prefer canned sauces or do you prefer jar sauces? Do you like to make it from scratch? What kind of noodle do you use? Do you use a lot or a little parm? Do you use real parm or shake cheese? These are the questions. So do you treat a charcuterie, no matter how fancy it is, like an adult Lunchable? Because if you say yes, we're pretty much best friends. Because that's how I would approach a charcuterie board. I don't care who judges me for making little sandwiches. Yeah, I'm not gonna savor each bite of each piece alone. They deserve partnership. Put a little drizzle of honey on some prosciutto on a nice, water cracker. Hell yeah, man. I'm not even hungry right now, but I sound like I am. Is it traditional from a... Are you making it, home making it? Or are you just doing like San Marzano tomatoes or just a jar of ragu? I personally don't like jar sauce. I would always use can, but can is obviously more effort. Because then you actually have to mix and paste and then water ratio, and it can be a pain in the ass. Plus you really need to cook canned stuff longer. Jar is instant. Bing bang boom, It may not taste nearly as good, but it's so much better on time. Yeah, I wish I could use fresh grated parm. We just wouldn't have a use for it outside of that, and we never have spaghetti. Sam has to ask me if I want it and then cook it specifically for me. My kids won't eat it. Which breaks my heart. That my favorite meal of all time. But it's okay though, because everybody here likes New York style pizza, and we have a couple of places here that really emulate it. So one place is extremely close. And that's like my second favorite thing. I have 0% Italian in my blood, but it's my favorite cuisine by far. Over the moon by far. But it has to be like New York style stuff, like ghetto stuff. That's how I was raised. I actually hate Italian style pizza. Like Napoleon and all that stuff. Neapolitan or whatever. Not for me. Blah blah blah. I don't want pizza on a cracker that's gonna chip my teeth. I don't want one spot of cheese and a sea of sauce. Oh yeah, see? I've been with Sam for 13 years, and she always used to just bitch so much about making meatballs. I'm like, can you please just make meatballs? I prefer meatballs 100% more than meat sauce. I hate meat sauce. 13 years later, I'm eating meat sauce. Do I like it compared to meatballs? Hell no. In fact, for many, many years, I wouldn't even eat it if she made it. I'm like, no, it's garbage. Get it out of my face. But now I'll begrudgingly eat it, if she's even going to go that far to make spaghetti, but she doesn't make it. But I'm not so much a snob that I wouldn't sit there and look in my cabinet. If I have a jar, and I have nudes, I'm just going to pop them together, bing, bang, boom. Have a dirty pan of just fucking 5-minute spaghetti? Yeah, sure. I'll eat it with white bread if I have to. But perfect scenario. Bread is just as important to me as the meal itself. $20 cloves garlic. I'm a big fan of garlic, man. I remember going to like pizzerias in Florida, and I'm like, where's your garlic powder? And they're like, no, garlic parm right there. I'm like, I didn't ask for garlic. I didn't ask for parm, grated parm. I asked for garlic powder. I'm like, do you guys not have garlic? Do you have people not ask for this? I cover my pizza in garlic powder, okay? It soaks up the oil. One thing I will say about my mom's meatballs, she never did a mix. It was 100% beef with her, which is fine. But I have had it the right way, with a mix of pork and beef. Oh my goodness. There's nothing better than a real good mixed meatball. The blend just tastes so much better, man. It transcends meatballs. And don't get me wrong, a full beef, nothing bad about that. Just as long as you're doing it the right way. You gotta have breadcrumbs, egg, you gotta have all that stuff. Otherwise you're just gonna have a dense ball of meat and it's just not gonna taste that great. You're gonna be chewing on it. You want them to be tender. You want those balls tenderized. But when you mix it with the pork, it just has so much of a better taste to it. That sage they put in the pork, whew, makes the world of difference. I'm no chef, I'm no cook, but I know what tastes good. I've heard of some crazy bastards putting like lamb and pork into with beef. I've never had that. Very unorthodox if you ask me, but I'd try it. I ain't turning down lamb in any fashion. Not that I could afford lamb at any point in time right now. It's such an expensive meat in this economy. Yeah, man, pork just brings so much to the table. Especially if you're using pork sausage, like Italian pork sausage. It's already got all the spices in it for you. You're just breaking them out of the casing. It's like no prep work to add it. Just cut 2 sausages and mix it in. Well, I know, but I mean, have you seen lamb prices lately? My mom likes to do like a leg of lamb each year for like Easter. And she was telling me down there the prices are crazy, but we check it out here occasionally because Sam likes to cook lamb. It's just very rare. We're talking what was $40 a couple years ago is now like $90 for the same amount of meat. I can't pay $90 for a leg of lamb. Good God. Lamb's very delicious. It's a tender meat, and if you overcook it, you've basically just burnt money. So, you know, my mom has burnt a lot of money. But her leg of lamb was good. You know, you just had to pull it 15 minutes early and force her to accept that. Then again, the woman likes well-done steak and doesn't have teeth, so you do the math. Like, how are you going to eat that shoe leather you just cooked? Speaking of, Sam bought some steaks. 2 little tiny puny steaks, $19. Not so thin that she's not going to be able to cook them correctly. We're talking three quarters of an inch maybe. So we'll actually be able to cook them in the house without turning them into leather. We have 9 crowns of elemental mastery banked right now. That's what the guild leader just said. We're gonna go to do general. We got another rogue. One of our older rogues came back. He's a streamer. He's streaming right now on Primus MMO. His name is Rupo. He's an awesome guy. Gonna try to get him his Ragebringer. Yeah, we were just discussing the Crowns of Elemental Mastery. Someone's like, how do we do that with alts? And the guild leader was like, well, obviously mains before alts. And someone was like, well, yeah, but how many mains do we have? And he said 5,000. I was like, are you sure about that? All of our mages, man, they all quit to play something else. Everybody sucks at leveling. Get good, nerd. I was just talking about our raiding mages, you know? They all disappeared and everyone's like, well, where'd they go? It's like, well, half of them are playing lizards right now. They're going to convert to necros. Or they're just playing enchanters or something else. Not because mages suck. Just because they like the other stuff better. You had to let Walter White out. As soon as I zone here, I'm gonna take a like 30-second, 45-second AFK. I gotta fix the TV for my little tyrant and go to the restroom real quick as I transition to go helping a rogue. Walter Benjamin Kenobi Papyrus. Good dog. My dog's name is Rigby, named after the character from regular show, aka Trash Boat. Alright, I'll be right back. I am Backaroo Bonsai. The AKC, American Kennel Corporation. Club. My bad. Ooh, we got some ads going right now. Welcome back from the ad break. Oh, that's a wild name too, yeah. We got a Tales of Symphonia remix right now. Symphonia is the only one I actually put any time into. The only Tales game I've actually put any time to. Played it on the Cube a lot. And ironically, still runs best on the Cube. The PS2 port was shit, and the remasters that we got last year are just a remaster of the PS2 port. So shit all over. Yeah, Symphonia got a sequel too. It never released on Cube. I think it was a 360 jam or something like that. I don't know. I never played it. Now they bundle it together for the most part. But I don't know. The first one was good. It had that cell shaded look, very clunky looking, but it was an excellent RPG. But then again, Cube was really starving for good RPGs, so maybe it was just a taste of desperation. But I remember it fondly. Never beat it though. Nowadays, when I play Tales games, it's just like, this is very cringe, and I can't take much of it. It's the skits, man. The skits do nothing for me. I know some people play them specifically for those skits, but I get no joy out of them. They're normally tropey as all hell and just cringe. Oh, I agree. The RPGs that the Cube got were good, minus Evolution, because that one was a real shit pile. And that was a remix of both 1 and 2. Where they cut out 90% of 1. It was basically just a recap of 1. But overall, that game was just an awful stinker. What else did we have on the Cube? There were RPGs on there, just not a lot. You had a Pokemon Gale of Darkness, a legitimate Pokemon RPG that everybody wanted that nobody played. Yeah, Skies. Legends was better in almost every way. I just don't agree because I played with a VMU and there's probably no better way to play it. Oh yeah, Crystal Chronicles. Need friends to really enjoy it, but good. They had Path of Radiance, Fire Emblem. That was an excellent entry. What else they have on there? Yeah, Baldur's Gate. Did they have the no, the Champions games were PS2 only, I think. Oh yeah, how can we forget about PSL? I was just talking about that game like a week ago. Still watching some guy on YouTube play it. Yeah. They had that Zoids game. It wasn't an RPG, but it was good as hell. I don't know if somebody was joking around, but they said 10 extra DKP just for this general kill. That's so good. I've never even heard of that one. Future Tactics: The Uprising? Oh, you know what? I have. That's also on Xbox. It's not very great. But better than nothing. If we're going to compare like the Cube to its forefathers, like the N64, the Cube was very successful in the realm of RPGs. You compare it to something like the SNES, no. But the Cube was its own thing, and that's fine. Because it also had stuff like Super Monkey Ball and Crazy Taxi. And while those were on other systems, I think everybody liked them more on the Cube. Overall, you could own a Cube even if you were an RPG lover exclusively. There were still games on there that you were going to play. No one plays exclusively RPGs, even the people who say they do. It's not even about palate cleansing. There's just some games that are fun as hell. You also had like all the Dreamcast Sonic games that were re-released on the Cube, which were also very, very good. Sonic Adventure 1, 2. Prime, Sunshine, Windwalker. You also had Twilight Princess. The good version of Twilight Princess, not the shitty Wii version. No motion control. You had Eternal Darkness. Eternal Darkness, fucking M-rated good game on the Cube. Count those on one hand, buddy. It's hard to even classify what Eternal Darkness is. Action, adventure, RPG, sci-fi, horror, mindfuck. Yeah, but you can all around just ignore them completely and have a true left-handed Link if you just played on the cube. And the graphics weren't that different. What kind of funk are we playing with here? Sega Racing, Vroom. Yeah, I mean, even if they were to re-release it with with the Mo controls, I guess I would begrudgingly take it. But they weren't bad, so I think they could do well with a Joy-Con. But regardless, they would just HD texture the cube one, which is fine by me. I would always prefer regular controls over motion. I don't attach my cons unless I am forced to. I don't detach them. They are permanently attached. In fact, I don't even use cons. My kid just handed me a handful of marbles. What the hell do I do with this? They're Sissy's marbles. She's trying not to get in trouble. Well, my other daughter lost her marbles to her sister. Which makes sense, because every day this summer they've been fighting with each other. I've definitely lost my marbles, though, but she's not going to find them. Lost them a long time ago. Lost like 15% experience tonight. 11 of it was my own dumbass fault. I thought this kid was tired. She has tricked me like 6 times already. I thought she was going to go sleep. Not the case. So I actually played a little bit of Front Mission today. And in a growing effort to get off my ass and actually play some of my games. Plus, if I level my Season of Discovery tune anymore, my wife will murder me in my sleep. So I'm not allowed to play that. I've only been hopping on to check my auctions so that I can buy her a mount. Although she's really been upping her gold earning skills. I think she's at like 25, so she's halfway there herself. But then we found out that there's dual spec on this version of Classic, and that's 50 gold. So it's like you kind of need 100 by the time you're 40 anyway, because that's when you can get dual spec, is at level 40. And I desperately want to try a Rogue Tank. But in order to do that, I'm going to have to spend a little bit of money. Yeah, so I played like the first hour of it, which I've done probably like 5 or 6 times now. But yeah, I like the modern changes to it, like the look anyway. It's got the same mechanics as the original. I think that's what people were pissed off about, is that they remastered it, but they didn't change any of like the RNG, which honestly I'm fine. If my missile says it's only a 68% chance of hitting, I'm not going to get mad when it misses. There's like no 100% accuracy weapons in that game. And I think that's what pisses people off, because the battles can go for a long time if RNG's not on your side. Same for... But you know what, though? I'm okay with it because it affects the enemies the same way. They're missing half the time, too. There's probably even like a battle speed thing that I'm just neglected to see. I'll have to look into that and see if I can alter it. Got my new keyboard today. Super excited about that. My kid's playing in the box right now. I was listening to a recording of mine from yesterday, or maybe the day before, and my mic was all fuzzy. I don't know, how does it sound now, tonight? Or maybe you guys didn't even hear the fuzz the other night. I was listening to a recording and it was awful. I mean, not awful, I mean, I heard myself, but there was a buzz. Okay, good. Maybe it was just a one-time thing. Oh man, she found another handful of marbles. I am Grimm's utter lack of surprise. Something tells me the marbles are not done yet. I'll check my recording before I upload it and see if it went away. I had to reinstall my software, my SteelSeries software, but my codec changes in OBS should be the same. So maybe something got reset and I feel fine again. Silver Surfer. Good soundtrack, ass game. Here we go. This guy's a total nutcase. He has wiped us at least twice out of all the fights we've done with him, which I think is around 8 or 9 at this point. General Vagira. I think he's level 55, maybe even 60. He is a friggin' beast. All of our enchanters are running Rune on our main tank. It soaks up like 400 points of damage or something like that. Without it, we would be wiping right now. This guy hits like a Mack truck. I think he can triple in the 300s. So he could do 900 damage in the span of like one global. He's a big dumb idiot and we hate him, but another rogue epic will easily be completed now that he's going to die. So long that he dies. And hey, 10 DKP. I would have done it for free, but 10's a shitload. That's 2 dragons. Plus, we didn't spend that much time here prepping. Normally, we could prep for 45 minutes for this fight. He's running now. He running. And boom goes the dynamite. Might do a little stoppy stop in Steam font. I might bail out of this myself. It's 110. I don't want to be doing porties all over the world. There we have it. The last hard sky in the books. And like our 8th or 9th rogue epic. They're going to go complete the last step, but that was the hard step. So they'll definitely be able to complete theirs with minimal effort now. Which is so cool. Secrets, the owner of this server and the main dev, has decided that due to her life issues that she's currently having, she was going to stop all epic main quest MQ multi-quest after 1 month after Kunark releases, so was August 1st, but has decided to say on the Project Quarm Discord that she is going to extend that for an unforeseen amount of time, which is awesome for anybody who's going to come straggling into Kunark who would want to get their epic done. Because basically there was like a 1 month timer on it. Yeah, I'm using a modified version of Power of 2. It is, let me pull it up real quick. It's by Beans. So also then, if you go to the Project Quarm Discord under UI, under the UI channel, and just search Beans with a Z, you should find his link to it. It has the Zeal editions, and also has mana and EXP per hour. It's really awesome. I can't stand the custom UIs, but this one is awesome, because I just love the Power of 2. You just reminded me I gotta get the newest Zeal that's only a couple hours old. I don't want to experience any of those crashing issues with the target ring. I do love that target ring though. That is sexy. Yeah, so Micro, if we have any Elemental Crowns of Mastery laying around, there's no reason why you couldn't work on it and get one of those from us gratis. But of course, we're not done with Sky. We're just done with Hard Sky. The last night, like I said, tonight was the last one we'll actually put much effort into. I know you need to level. It's basically the only barrier. You hit 35, you could do dragons with us. Well, you could do classic dragons. You can't do Velios dragons with us, which we'll be doing next week. Yeah, Finny and stuff's not going off the table, man. Those are the things I don't think we can bank. I don't think we can bank the staves. Because they're lore. So you pick those up on... gotta pick them up on a mage. That's why we always have alts come in for those. But the Elemental Crown Master, we've been banking those. But again, it's not like anybody's rolling on them, and if you're main, you pull rank on anybody's alt. And there would be no fight anyway. Nobody playing an alt would ever argue with a main. Even if you're only 35 and at the Dragons. And Finny. We take 35s to Finny. Just can't take you to the plains because it's hard capped at 46. And then the Velios Dragons, that's all going to be instants as well, so obviously we couldn't take anybody of those that isn't Velios ready. Which I still think is probably 46 for most stuff. I don't know Vishan's Peak and all that. It's all Greek to me. Obviously I've never done any of that stuff myself. But I will be next week. I'm going to make a mad dash for my Epic. I have been studying my Epic checklist, and while Rangers have to do most of it in Kunark, we couldn't do a lot in Classic. I got my Shattered Emerald. That's like 90% of the fight. Because there's a drop off of General Sathir, which is another raid boss, but it's only his remains. There's a special encounter that you can pull with him, where after the raid target dies, if anybody kills him, it doesn't matter. But the way that they'll have it on Quarm is that we'll have a special instance with the remains up at all time. I just have to like hail it or give it an item, and then it spawns a 5-man boss of the skeleton of the raid boss. I kill him, I get a little glowing stone. There's my other stone, there's my 2 stones. Everything else is just foraged and running around. And I'm also going to need a Jade Reaver that drops from the Black Reavers in one of the newly instanced zones that we're going to have. It'll be open world, it'll be an open zone, like an open instance, but it'll also have a private instance. But I saw that secrets in the dev tasks has increased the rate of the Jade Reaver by a ton. So, or at least she's scheduled to do that before Kunark drops. God, I hope she remembers. Otherwise, I may actually have to pay a ton of platinum to a rando for it if my guild can't manage to get their hands on one. But that really should be the only, you know, quote, bottleneck, unquote. We'll see. I've got all my classic forages. I've got my Swirling Sphere from Sky. I've got my Emerald from Inneruk. I'm gonna have little lightning swords, baby. There it is, right there. That's all I could do in Classic. These 6 items. Oh, and a bunch of rep, but I've already done the rep. I'll need to forage one more item because it's from a zone that isn't out yet. And then just a lot of running around. I wish I could box with my own druid. Or I wish I had a druid best friend. Matt, you're very late to the show, buddy. If you could just hit 50 within a week, that'd be great. Or if Micro would just drop his mage and level a wizard and get it to 50 in a week, that'd also be great. Alright, we'll just finish 6. I'll give you a grace period of about 30 minutes. Then I need you on here leveling. You gotta achieve 10 levels per hour. I'm not gonna need a personal porter after the first week of Kunark. I mean, I will ride boats if I need to. I will walk on foot everywhere if I need to. I don't want to, but I will. I also have to bind myself to the fire pots, like the very first chance I get, because they're going to allow melee to bind there with the Ring of the Dead, which is also something I've done. So that's pretty exciting. It's less exciting for a melee, but as a magic user, if you can get your ass out to those fire pots, but they'll be bindable forever on this server. Like, unlike every other server where it was like 5 days. You could bind there for 5 days and then it was, unbindable. And if you changed your bind after that, you screwed yourself out of the best bind in the game. Yeah, alright, well, we'll eventually get POK. But we don't have it now. So places like the fire pots are basically otherworldly magical. But for me, when I die, I'll go to the fire pots room, and at that point I can go to any major city in the game, just from the fire pots room. I'll be naked, but I can get back to my corpse a hell of a lot easier if I died on one half of the world. But for anybody else that isn't a melee, you bind to the fire pots room, you're binding to the super highway of Everquest until POK comes out. When you get Plane of Knowledge, yeah. You get Pop. When Pop comes out, you get Plane of Knowledge. You can click on anything no matter who you are, what you are. But listen, I'm a lowly ranger. These things are big deals to me. And I might be a lowly ranger for the rest of my career on this server. Because it's starting to look like Secrets is not going to revert the TAC-P only change to archery. Which means I may never get to be a big bad ranger. And if that's the case, damn, I might consider changing my main. I'm not going to do it right now. But I might consider changing my main. If they're never going to let archery be as best as it can be because of some custom TAC-P change, then I don't want nothing to do with it. I'm playing a ranger so that I can freaking be a bow god in a couple of expansions. Like I said, I'm playing the long game here. If they're going to let that change stay in and ruin it, I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't want to be a gimpy melee for the rest of my career. You're never getting through 6. 6 is so good, though. You'll get through it just because you like it. I'll be right back. My baby's eating marbles. Well, that was interesting. My feral offspring just looked at me, coughed up 3 marbles onto the ground. I go into panic mode, snatch her up, stick my hand down her throat. No extra marbles. She just wanted me to let me know that she was going to choke on 3 marbles that she kept from me, because she brought me every other marble in the house, just so she could choke on. Because if Dad doesn't have a bad heart already. She likes to keep me on my toes. It's just fucking how she goes. It's the way she goes. My character just ate a bag of sea salt as a meal. That was tasty. So let's see. Tomorrow is fear. Let's head to fear. And then I might call it a night. I do like to park because I've been coming later and later to these damn raids. Are you playing 7 days right now? It just sounds like something Homer would say. Sham. Why are my bones so brittle? I always drink my milk. I often make the milk the milk joke in my house, but nobody gets it because Sam doesn't watch, older Simpsons, and my kids are just too young to understand. Good humor is wasted on the youth. If this feral child would go to sleep, I can actually relax and play a game that isn't EQ tonight. But if I try to sit down on that couch with a Switch, she gets slappy. Yeah, I could play at my desk, but again, slappy. At least with a computer, the monitors are out of her reach. I actually love rats, yeah. Sam used to raise them. Animal husbandry, no joke. We used to have like 60 of them at one time. Beautiful creatures, and they show affection too. And the only part that sucks is that they have such short lives, man, and they can make a huge impact on a human. They did for me. I've cried for rats, bud. I know it sounds incredibly weird, but absolutely, I had some rats that were my best friends. Well, see, Sam breeds. It doesn't do it anymore, but we still have a number of them. But snakes. Used to do carpet pythons and stuff. She's a big reptile breeder. When we lived in Florida, we had racks, reptile racks, and she would do leopard geckos and snakes, carpet pythons, and some type of constrictor. I can't remember exactly which. Not boa, some other type. And rats are expensive. Feed rats are expensive, man. So she's like, I'm gonna breed my own. Is that okay with you? And I was like, yeah, do whatever you want to do. I bought all the stuff for it, and she set herself up to breed rats. She got a couple of feeder rats, and she was reading and talking with a bunch of other breeders. And it turns out you can breed out aggression in rats so that they don't damage and hurt your snakes. You can breed all of that out of them. But in the process of doing that, you make them very docile and cool. So over a course of maybe 3 or 4 generations of rats, we had these beautiful creatures that loved you, and they were so happy to see you that we couldn't, in good conscience, feed them to the snakes because we were falling in love with them. And it eventually got to the point where we were still breeding them for food, but we got really attached to the moms that were having the litters. And then Sam would do a temperament test at a certain age group for the litters. And if they bit or fought back in any way, shape, or form, they were snake food, because you don't want a baby that can bite. You want them to be docile and fun. And we kept all the ones that were super duper docile and awesome. I loved some of those rats a lot, man. Just good creatures. And now we have no rats. We moved up here with like 16 rats. And unfortunately they all hit that age cap. And they're all gone now. Now if you ask me about the reptiles, snakes and all that shit, yuck. Would never touch them. The only time I touched a snake is to pull it off my wife after it bit her. Oh man, we got 4 cats and a dog. I can't say no to cats, man. I'm a huge softie for cats. I know they're assholes, but so am I. And people choose to love me. It's the bonding with the cats, man. Once you get a cat that's your cat for the next 20 years. I love my dog. Dog loves everybody. He's just a cool guy. But he's also an opportunist. He loves everybody equally. He would die for anybody in this family. But he'd also die for a pizza crust. Out of my 4 cats, 2 of them are technically mine, but one of them has decided to grind his faction out with the girls. That's my bub cat, my fat cat named Squirt. And then we got a kitten last year. I found it in a puddle drowning in a rainstorm. And the second I picked that cat up, I knew I was fucked, because like I was bringing it home to my wife and child. And I looked at Sam and I was like, take this, keep it warm. We'll figure out what to do with it in the morning. And I knew as those words, loosed from my lips, that I was lying to myself. I was like, that cat's not going anywhere. That cat's my cat. And that's how we got Rain, because we found her in a rainstorm. Actually, it was Rigby, the dog, who found her. He was whimpering in the rainstorm, and I'm just sitting there getting soaked. I'm like, dude, we gotta go. And he was whimpering, and he's pulling me towards this large pothole. And that's when I heard the little kitten crying. I was like, okay, well, I can't leave you here. I would rather die than leave a crying kitten in a puddle to die. Its mommy left it out in the rain. And again, huge cat softie. So as I brought it home, I knew I was fucked, man. And that cat loves me. She would sleep on my chest as a kitten. She'll still do it now as an adult, but she's more fickle now. But still, that kitten loves her papa. She loves everybody, though. She's pretty cool. She's not a big fan of the baby pulling on her and yanking on her, but she's more tolerable than the old men. Ah, dude, I didn't even want to talk about when we lose pets like that. It's losing family, man. I hope Walter lives to be 8,000 in dog years. Same thing for my Rigby dog. Dogs are harder because, like I said, they love everybody equally, man. Man's best friend, yes. But God, do they love families. They love being... I mean, certain dogs don't if they're old and they're owned by old people. But still, those dogs are loyal as hell, too. The loyalty of a dog just goes so far. I know a cat's gonna eat me after 2 days after I die. But, I'd probably want them to. Dog, though? That dog will starve before he eats you. Incredible creatures. I've just never been a big dog guy my whole life, but my dog's changed me. I tell you what, though, I'm not getting another one when he goes. It's kind of disrespectful to him. And, I don't know. Dogs aren't high maintenance, but for me, it's too much of an emotional stress. I mean, cats the same way. Like, I don't want to think about when my cats go. Oh, that's funny as hell. The target circle when I'm invis. Floating white pizza is gonna come kill some shit. I would own a squirrel. I'd own a squirrel, I would own a raccoon, I would own a possum. I think owning a raccoon would be probably the most fun I can have in life. Because I resonate with trash pandas so much. That homie and me would just be sitting on the couch snacking out, watching Law and Order at 3 a.m. And my wife would be like, "Are you eating and hanging out with the raccoon again?" And I'm like, "I'm sorry, he's just cooler than you." I'd give him a silly name like Bilbo Trashins or something. Many moons ago, before me and Sandra got together, she had a fennec fox. And those things are wonderful creatures, man. I'd love to own a fennec fox. They're just high maintenance and very expensive. I mean, we have ferrets right now, stinky little fucks. I love them. But there's not much you can do. You can't let them out. They'll start pissing and shitting everywhere. Even if they're litter trained, they just get so excited about being out. So you take them out and you whip the socks around for a couple of minutes and you have your fun. But there's not a whole lot of fun you can have with them. And you have to have them in pairs too, so... We had 2 originally, 1 died. We got a girl. They're all fixed. They have to be. Otherwise, they literally die if they can't breed. Uh-oh, she broke an LOL doll. Let me see if I can fix this real quick. Dad, the toy fixer. You feel like you could say, yeah, 1 squirrel. Would you rather fight 1 horse-sized squirrel or 200 squirrel-sized horses? How did I not see 1 spec on the way in? I was hoping to kill 1. I gotta get some EXP back. Made this mistake last week too. Pulled more than I could chew, which is embarrassing as a best in slot ranger. The fact that all this shit can kill me if there's 2 of them. My next victim. Yeah, but swarm effect, man. But you're probably right. A squirrel the size of a horse could probably rip your arms right out of the socket. The teeth alone could probably cleave you in two. All these Castlevania remixes tonight does a soul good. Oh, first doggo proc was a friggin' whiff. I hate that they haven't fixed this weapon yet. Ooh, look at that! Double doggies! Double doggies! 3 procs in 1 fight? That's never gonna happen again. This kid broke this LOL doll's head again. Decapitated it. Well, she just made eye contact with me and ripped the head right back off again. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm still at raid buff, so I probably should get a couple kills on here. I just don't know who else is here. Says the ranger who can track player. I'd like some more of those doggy procs, please. Yeah, there's one. Come on, let's get... Oh, there's another one. Yes, asking you shall receive. Give me that third dog while we're at it. I got that dog in me. It's actually in a scimitar, but close enough. Just made a cool 13 platinum off that bad boy. Pretty sure the regular scythe sells for 12 plat. Something like that. Well, at this rate, I pretty much got to. Look at that doe. Can I pet that doe? Welcome back from the ad break, guys. We're procking doggos. We're killing specters because they're assholes. We're trying to make doggies appear. I should have gone to bed an hour ago, but I haven't. Ooh, that was a poor specter. He did not diversify his bonds. Here's another. Oh, I'm actually pretty weak right now. But with these raid buffs, I can't fuck around. I gotta use them. Oh no, that guy was getting his ass beat. I can't steal anybody's kill. I should really target these things first before assuming that it was ready to kill. That's pretty much all she wrote once I run out of mana. I can kill one more, and then I got a med, and then all my raid buffs are gonna fall off. Door spec is gone. Okay, all the specs are gone out here. I wonder if outside spec is gone. Bogus. There's a faceless guy farming the rest. Nothing wrong with faceless. There's your door spec, bud. Take it. There should be a tunnel spec around here somewhere. I'm gonna be nice and just let them have it. You can have multiple camps. I'm not a big stickler on that shit. Well, damn, here I thought I was gonna get one more. Maybe. Oh no, they're still dead from over here when I killed the others. I gotta go fix a TV real quick, so I might as well just med over here. And then if I get enough mana and still have a couple minutes left in these buffs, I'll go kill a couple more. I'll be right back. My choices in television choosing have not paid off. She's playing a game right now where everything is wrong. Very tired baby who went swimming for the first time today. Who's hopped up on cupcakes and hate. Doggo 1. I need more doggos. Doggo 2. Doggo 3. Who needs to waste mana when doggos are just pop? Next spec. Come on, I need that 3 dog proc again. Keep 3 per fight, and I'll keep it spicy. Oh, no doggies. There, 2 double proc. That was the same hit that proc them. Look at them now. 109, 76, 109, 87 damage. Those dogs are on fire. That actually said it was a Zelda track, but I don't think it was. Yes, another big scythe. This is saying LZ2. I don't believe it. This, yes, but I didn't believe the last one. It sounded like a Yoshi song, to be honest with you. I think it was a Yoshi's Island song. I think it was the last one was a Yoshi's Island song, I believe. I need the radio host from Fallout 3 to appear in game right now. His name was 3 Dog. Give me 3 dog procs. Come on. Can I get 1 dog proc? This scimitar is on fire tonight. I think the spec is calling my bluff. I'm not proccing nothing. No doggos. That guy supplements my DPS so well. Yeah, I need tree fitty dogs. This goddamn Loch Ness monster. Oh, he's on the run. 0 dogs. 0 dogs. See what happens when I have to fight something with no dogs? Yeah, at least he paid up. 2 plat and a scythe. About 14 plat right there. Just doing this for EXP, but I am spent. I could med for a little bit more. Maybe get 1 more, but my big buffs are going to drop soon. And those buffs, they're the whole smoke show for Rangers. I'm so stupid. I'm trying to move stuff from one of my boxes into my 100% weight reduction box, but I forgot I got the dragon box a couple weeks ago. So they're both 100% weight reduction. I'm an idiot. What else is new? I'll just eat my radishes and shut up. Well, since I'm not going to be able to kill anything else tonight, I think I'll end the stream here. And I'm parked here for tomorrow for Fear. So if you guys want to join me and talk to me tomorrow night, that's cool. I really appreciate you guys sticking with me thus far. As always, I'll catch you next time. You guys have a great rest of your night.